Okay, I found my pen. It was under my tablet. Gotta go back to where it was. Creating grids. Okay, so how do you create a grid? You know, it's a difficult question. Unless you have one of these things. Oops. Then you can just jam it, and then you have all the grids. I mean, these aren't perfect by any means, I think, but they're like 90% of the work. Some of them, like, you have to understand how to use them, I think. But I found these on this guy's DeviantArt pixel stains. They're pretty good. It's 5,000 pixels, so any image. This one's like kind of big for no reason. This one is like 5K across. But yeah, even this one, you can have all of the pixel grids that you could possibly want. This 2 point. Again, it's not perfect, but if you need a quick grid to start sketching, it's like, you know, why not? I should try doing that actually. Start sketching with the grid, even though maybe it'll help me think about perspective when I'm just sketching, you know. I usually think in like 1 point, I think, when I'm starting to sketch, like I'm thinking about just design, not even thinking about perspective.
Green.
Not even 1 point. I'm thinking in flat. Anyway, chapter 4, creating grids. This chapter focuses on constructing and understanding grids, and I think understanding is the more important part. The most commonly used perspective has vanishing points that are off the page. Grids help aim lines towards vanishing points. Grids come in very handy when working with complex drawings and multiple objects. Understanding the basics of grids is important in being able to decide how to use photographs or computer-generated underlays. When working without a grid, a lot of effort is spent trying to aim lines in the correct direction, with the worst part being not knowing whether or not the lines were on target. Yeah. There's a lot of guessing and a lot of not knowing. Having a basic grid alleviates this problem by aiming lines, makes it possible to concentrate on construction and later on design as drawing becomes more automated. How is your cold? It's better. I think it's not. I don't think it's COVID. My wife actually went to get tested. I was like, well, there's no real point. I mean, to get tested. If it's COVID, it's COVID, you know. But she went to get tested and they told her it's not. It's just a regular cold. So, you know, no COVID benefits for me. Not that I was gonna get them. But yeah, it's okay. My voice is a little shot, but otherwise, yeah. Totally lost my pen and started 2 streams. But otherwise, today has been pretty uneventful. I've been playing around with these. I used to have this one from Rangia. Rangia has one in his what's it called, I think. I could probably find it, even though like I got it from that what's it called, but I can even tell you the name of it was God's Run. And I could probably go find it. He only uses this one, the 1 point perspective, I think. This one, I have it in the pack, so I could technically just use that, or we could go on like a little bit of a brush hunt. So I know the name of it. Too bad you can't search brushes. I mean, that would be really stupid if you could search brushes. Because, like, where would you put the search bar? It'd be, like, on top or something. There have been studies that concluded colds can help protect against flu and COVID. They produce similar antibodies. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I would assume. I would assume so. I mean, like, even a flu shot is, like, for the previous year's drive and shift of the virus. So, like, it would be N1H1 or something like that, and then this year's was probably like N2H2 or something else. So it's always, this kind of looks like it, but it's not it. Okay. I just wanted to see if I could pick out Regia's and see if it was also 5,000 pixels. Because I did see it in here. I think it's a legit way of setting up a grid. It's honestly, usually I don't even set up grids. I set up 2 vanishing points, and that's it. That's the only thing I'll do, and then I'll just take everything to the vanishing points. I don't actually use the grids, which is probably bad. I'm thinking of just starting to use them while sketching. Where is God's Run? It's not here. It's gone. It was totally in here. I bet if someone else downloads Rungia and then goes through it, they'll find it. My hand is starting to... Oh, this one. I might want to take this one, actually, because I remember having that one for a while. Maybe not. Let me just get to the end, make sure that he doesn't have the brush that I'm looking for, and then we'll go on with... Ah, here it is. This is the one that Rungia has. It's worse, I think. As far as vanishing points go, I think this one is worse. But it works the same way. You plop 2 down, and then you have a grid. You know? Oops. Yeah, this one is not as good. This one is not as good. I'm gonna leave that one in Rungia. I'm gonna recommend these. The Pixel Stains one's way better. Cause here's the same brush, but it's in 5,000 pixels. And then you would place it around the same place. And then you would get pop! Instant grid. The star technique. What is the star technique? You've intrigued me. You had my interest, now you have my attention. The star. You can't make this any smaller, probably, can you? Oh, you can. It scales downward. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, I'm going to be doing them with, just regular pencil, because, I mean, that's the whole point of this, but, create a pentagon and set it to 99 edges. Oh, with shape tool? I'm trying to think about how... There's also a tool presets thing that this guy has. I haven't played around with it. I don't know. Maybe I'll just pop it in. Why not? Oh, hold on. I can't do this here. Hold on. You never know what you're gonna get if you click on my downloads. Just never know. Okay, here's his tools, grid tools, Lotus tools. Import compatible 2 branches brush presets. When importing brush presets now contain all function additional benefits such as stroke previews and the ability to organize into. I kind of want to import them as brushes. But what did he do? I think I imported them as brushes. So now they're just brushes.
Hi guys, in this video I'm just going to show you all I'm going to do is tick star. You can see I've already got the presets in from me doing this earlier, but in the indent side by in the indent sides by section, change that to 99.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
when you
it's
click off
the
that,
tool.
change the amount of sides to 100. You can probably play around with some of these settings if you want to.
It's a
Okay, so at this point,
yeah.
so for using
Yeah, it's the
should
same
actually be
thing.
easier.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You could definitely do that. Definitely do that. I wanted to see what his perspective grid tools were. What is this? Art history brush, 20 pixels. Eraser chisel. Pencil eraser. I think I have to use these as like a brush. Hold on, let me see. And then pencil eraser. What is that? Why would you use this? I think importing them as brush things was a mistake. I think this was a mistake. This was weird. I'm gonna delete this. Delete it. Not useful. But his perspective grid brushes themselves are very useful. And we'll keep those under our hat for now. Close this, close that, and then actually start reading. The advantage of it is that you control the amount of lines. Brushes and tool presets are basically the same thing. That's what I thought, but like, I don't know. I don't think I find them useful as brushes or tool presets, but I don't know how they work. I might have to look up a tutorial for it, which case it would be useless. So that'd be too much work. Sorry. Okay. Let's go new layer. Let me go to my drawing brush. Let's see. When working with the graph, eventually you could stop using grids for easy things, but difficult constructions with hinged parts, rotated elements, and multiple views of the same object, base grid is very helpful. Grids can be reused. That's what I want to do. I just want to draw without a grid, but like implicitly have it in the back of my mind. I had a Twitter post of mine blow up, but I really hate Twitter. Cause like even if you have like a good post somewhere, no one follows you. They just don't follow you. It's so sad. I made you laugh. You have to follow me now. That's the way I wanted to work, but it doesn't work that way. Anyway, grids can be reused often since they are not drawn on, but rather placed under the drawing a grid. Used as an underlay should be as precise as possible, and it's important to choose the most effective way to create it based on the particular use. It can be hand drawn with a straight edge, drawn in 2D software, or generated by 3D software. Creating a process and updating it on a regular basis is part of being a designer and a problem solver. Yes. Let's look at a couple types of perspective grids. We got 1 point. 1 point perspective is excellent for ideation and adding perspective to a side sketch. I haven't found a good way of using 1 point. The last drawing I did, I think, was actually 1 point. It ended up being that way because I used the 3D, which used 1 point, and then I accidentally 1 point. Sort of. I'm gonna spend a lot of time drawing today. I'm hoping to get to something which allows me to do the actual sketches. I mean, I know how to do them, but I want to get to something that I can kind of like learn and then try to use and then solidify in my mind. 1 point is excellent for ideation and adding perspective with side view sketch. It's easy to generate, and the perspective from left to right and up to down is easy to control. It makes it simple to transfer proportions since they are 1-to-1 and just scale small when going into deeper perspective. However, it is more difficult to control the depth of an object. In this perspective, the depth can become very shallow and the perspective can compress a lot as it gets closer to the horizon line. I think that has to do with guessing where the back of the box is. Maybe. Because you can kind of like, especially if you're close to the vanishing point, it looks like you compress everything. You can extend it a little bit and lie. That could kind of work, but then you'd be lying. And so what was the point? 2-point perspective grid is the most commonly used grid. Yeah, I would say I use 2-point more, or I think in 2-point when I think of, okay, let's add perspective, I'm usually thinking about like 2 vanishing points and how I can draw those boxes into a simulated perspective or simulated grid. The grid changes with the orientation of the object to the viewer. Having an individual object in 2-point perspective is rather basic. When it comes to having 2 or more rotated objects in the same surface, things become more tricky. Oh god. That is if I really had to do that, I might even make like 2 files, then have like using the same grid. That might be a way, because I usually don't have to do so much of this. It doesn't have to be so precise. Frame Perspective Volume 1 is a great book that it's about perspective. Scott Robertson uses perspective more towards construction. I mean, I'll check it out. I'll check it out after this book. This book isn't that long. I'm on page 46 and I'm skipping a lot, and the end is, let's say, before even 188. So like that's a fourth of it already gone. So it's not as long as Hampton, where I had to draw like every single page. It's more thinking for this book, so this one will go faster. So I might even get a chance to do a second book on perspective, maybe. I might have lost my. We'll see. We'll see how fast I can get through the thinking parts, because this one is more problem solving than actual sketching and drawing. I feel like, because Hampton was more like copy and understand. This one is more like understand and understand. Depends on how much like practice I'm gonna do, I guess. Let's see. 2-point perspective gives the viewer a good idea of the orientation and space of the objects. Being shown the effect is similar to 3-point perspective, but the drawing complexity increases since the verticals are not parallel to one another. Having the verticals perpendicular to the horizon line in this perspective makes drawing much easier. I kind of want to copy these, but I don't have the tools yet. Like we didn't really go over how to do this at all and how to construct this, so it would be like a long time of doing it. So I think I'll stick with the exercises, and then we'll do that later. Stop. I want to read. Perspective creates the most dynamic view. This perspective creates the most dynamic views while not being too difficult to construct and control. Okay, that's not true. That is not true. Of the linear grid's perspective, the 3-point perspective looks the most natural. This perspective is seen a lot in computer games, and SketchUp uses it too. It's recommended to either estimate the convergence of verticals or use 3D program to create the grid. Accurate construction by hand can take a lot of time compared to generating with a computer. Yeah, I mean, if you have the grid already, maybe it's a little easier. Usually for me, it's like, I guess you can even like, you can even warp these grids almost. No, that would be really weird. Maybe like skew. I'm thinking of how to like make it into that actual perspective that he has on the page. Maybe skew. Because this is not analogous to that. It is to the car, but not to the building, I don't think. So you would need a different... You would need the point to be, I think, a little higher. The third point, and so that it goes down. Yeah, because I can't really plot that on there. I mean, maybe this one and this one, yeah, but not the you could also do is make use the 1 point perspective 3 times. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. You would have to create your own grid, I think. This 3 point is not for this, I think. So yeah, the brushes are limited. They're not going to give you, what's it called? I think we're only going to be doing 2 point today, so. You need like a horizon line. Why is this like so wonky? I'm just gonna draw it like this one. Need a horizon line. 2 vanishing points. It doesn't do them equidistant, which I think is interesting. I'll put this here actually then. This is why I use the ruler tool. This is why I use the ruler tool. Anything that's long like that is gonna be like so difficult to draw. How's your health? Did you recover? I mean, I'm still sick, but I feel like I'm getting better. I feel like I'm good enough to draw, at least. Let me move this out. And my voice isn't too bad, but yesterday it was kind of worse. Yesterday was kind of worse. And what am I doing here? Oh, that's something I don't understand actually. If you can divide the bottom plane, and then when you divide the bottom plane, do you have to use the other one? When you divide the bottom plane, you get a perfect, what's it called, I think. That is supremely interesting. I don't think that's a perfect square. But I can't really calculate it. Yeah, for me, it doesn't even intersect at the halfway point, I don't think. Let me see. Yeah, oh, you know why? Because this thing is slightly off. If that was here, and then let me just redo that box. If that was like pixel perfect, would that be? Would that be a perfect box? Let me just try this. Yeah, sort of. It's much more. Yeah, it's much more squarish now. Interesting. I usually guess at the back of the box here. See, so this back, I have no idea how to like get it. So I would just put it like here. This would be my box. It would be right here. But instead, Scott does this thing where he subdivides it like already. And then he gets a much more perfect square. Yeah, I don't have COVID. It's fine. It's just a virus. Like a cold. The common cold. Let's see. The exercise will teach you how to create a 1-point perspective based on the 60-degree cone of vision. The squares enable proportional transfers to be made from the orthographic plan into perspective. The goal is for all grids to find the correct convergence, and this places square perspective in that grid. I feel like for 3D it's important to have like a 1-to-1 with orthographic, like what it looks like from the top. All right, I feel like I usually just estimate it, so you know, maybe it would be important to have it perfect, but I just usually just estimate what it is instead of what is this eraser? Can I just get a normal eraser? Let me just get a normal eraser. Okay, cool. I usually just estimate, and I think that's enough for most drawings. You don't have to have like a 1-to-1 with orthographic where all parts are, you know, in scale with each other. Maybe if you're doing like buildings, a lot of buildings, maybe then it becomes really important. But even then, we're all just looking at that 2D instantiation of 3D, and so it doesn't really matter all much, I feel like. So how do you, okay, and now he just duplicates them, and then he duplicates them even further. Let's see, so he just says here, oh, he duplicates it sideways. I was like, what is going on there? How did you do that? And then it came to me that he just duplicates it sideways. Duplicates them sideways, of course. Whoops. No, I wanted H, not that one. H. That makes sense. Yeah, I think perspective is a lot about thinking rather than anything else. Thinking and aiming. Thinking and aiming. I guess that's accuracy. Alright, that's good enough. Now I have those boxes. Okay. And you could duplicate it this way as well, then you'll have a grid. And it's gonna be an orthographic grid. Interesting. Diagonal vanishing points, DVP station point method. Top view, draw a square. Consider one corner to be the station point. Draw a square. Okay, I think I'll do that. How would you draw a perfect square? Would you just say like, I think it's not fair. He has like a ruler that tells him what a 90-degree angle is. I just kind of have to guess at it. I don't think I'd be able to. How do I 45-degree angle? I think that might be a little bit too much. Usually when I want to draw a square, I just do this. I don't have to like do all that. I don't think he actually explains like a methodology for drawing a square. Is it a choose your own adventure type of thing? Because oh, what was my discovery from last time? It was this thing. This is so overpowered. And then you get perfect lines every time. Instead, you don't even have to measure it. You just have to hit U, and then You just drag your line and then you're done. Donezo. Draw a perfect square. Done. I think I cheated though. How would you come up with a perfect square? I'm just thinking here. Would it be any 4 polygons? Would that be a square? Let's see if I had like a let's see if I had a polygon, right? And then I duplicated that polygon up and down. Would that make it a square? Because it would be 4 equivalent polygons? I think it's one of those methodologies where you just kind of have to know and not ask questions. It's too late. It's too late in the game to ask questions. How do I make a square should not be a question that I have. We're on page 46 after all. So I think 4 equivalent polygons will grant me a square every time. I have to actually hit the points though. That doesn't look right. Well, I just a priori I came up with a way. Just like rationally, all squares are polygons with 4 equal sides. So to get a what's called a polygon with 4 equal sides, all you need to do. Well, no, see, so this way works. It works every time, because that's how squares are made. Got 'em. I think this line is off. That's what's making everything a little bit difficult. Okay, so that should be a perfect square, right? No, it's not a perfect square. So why did that work? Why didn't that work? It would just be a bigger polygon. No, that didn't. My rational claim failed, I guess. I think I need to do more math. Use a ruler. No, it's not the same. I wanted to come up with one with just math, with a method of logic. What you need is a 45-degree angle for sure. So even if you use the what's it called? You would need 2 45-degree angles. All right. No, that would still just be a polygon. You need 4. No, that's still just a polygon. Fuck. I don't know. Math is hard. I don't know how to make a perfect square.
45 degrees from the station point, and then we found that point on the horizon. Now we can start building some of this cube. We can bring a line up to the diagonal vanishing point. Then we can create the other side of the square using the right vanishing point. We then finish the final side by taking a line from the left vanishing point through the point in which the previous line we created meets the diagonal line. That will give us a true square in perspective. Okay, so at this point you could go ahead.
Yes. But if you what I wanted to know was like in orthographic view how to do it. That might be it. So it should be way simpler, but what is a square? What is a square? Denoting a unit of measurement equal to the area whose left is. Maybe you can make one with triangles. I feel like there's got to be like a way to make one. Like there's got to be like some way to make a square just with what's it called? I think I might have to stick with just using a marquee because like there's no There's no good explanation. I'm just gonna use the, what's it called? I'm just gonna use the this tool, and then just whatever way I like it, I guess, because I can't figure out how to. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, wait. This does not explain it. Never mind. I thought maybe 15 degrees. This 15 degrees thing supposed to somehow help you come up with it. I don't know. Doesn't. I don't know how to square. I guess it doesn't matter. So I have a square. Now what? I guess I have to draw the rest of it, maybe. But every polygon has like 90 degrees. I'm wondering how you can make all the sides equal length without. Whoops. Without using a ruler. I don't think there's like like, for instance, like you can duplicate a polygon, right? But how do I make a square in this way, you know? How do I make a square this way? What is the formula for making a square this way? You know, that's what I want to know. Not like, because it's math. This is math. It's like the lines are math. It's impossible without a ruler, but like it's a perfect thing. It should be like, it should be possible. It's just like your compass to create a perfect circle. Well, no, because perfect circles don't exist. You're only getting an ellipse. I was thinking of like, there's got to be like some math way of doing it. There's got to be some math way. Like even if you have these two perfect lines, there should be a way to calculate where both sides are equal. If you say I have a 45-degree angle, right? There has to be like some way of figuring out how to draw these two lines. There has to be, without like eyeing it or. I don't know. I guess maybe there isn't one that I can think of right now. Maybe I'll, but I have no idea. I have no idea where it actually is. So there's no way I can see anyway to draw that perfect square. I think that's very super autistic. I'm gonna skip that and then go to something that actually makes sense. Yeah, but that again, since it's just a polygon, that was a polygon that I drew, and I eyed it to look kind of like a square. But there's no way. I haven't figured out, other than measuring. I guess measurement is the only way. You just measure it, and then you just do that in perspective. Let me see. Draw a square. Step 1. I really don't like this book now, because it always asks me to do things I can't do. Just draw a square. You have to do it with a ruler, I guess. Draw a diagonal line through the SP in the opposite corner, while this places a diagonal of 45 degrees to the sides. Diagonal has its own vanishing point specific to the rotation of the square, which is called the diagonal vanishing point. There's one for every rotation of the square. Oh, okay, so if you cut the square in half, you can make a new vanishing point. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I guess, but like I figured there's probably some way to actually do it without a tool. Just like you can duplicate a polygon. I figured there's has to be like some tricky way of figuring it out. Even better, you can calculate everything in your head. Dividing a square in perspective provides opportunities to create other rotations in addition to the diagonal vanishing point. Take a look at the orthographic construction above. The right side of the square was subdivided multiple times, creating 1/2, 1/4, and 1/8 marks by using the technique of dividing in half. Setting up a 2-point, but that makes everything like so simple and easy. Like if you just have to measure things, it's kind of boring. I figured there was like a cool way of doing it that I could learn. Setting up vanishing points and a 60-degree cone of vision via station point. So this is just, again, the same thing. I just did the squares in perspective, though. Through the LVP, maybe. I feel like, so this is just setting up a grid. Establish 2 horizon line points. A center. And then you just pick a point from right vanishing point. Just using the rulers. Again, I want to be able to be the person that does the equations without a calculator, just in case, you know. What if my calculator disappears? What if someone forcibly takes away my calculator and violates the NAP, you know? What am I gonna do then? And he does this thing where you take the side. Oops. Oh, that matched up perfectly with this one. I don't think it's supposed to. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Because I'm just trying to... Why isn't this working? Hello? Oh, why aren't you working? Oh, you're in, like, wrong color. I was wondering. I was just matching up those 2 lines. And they accidentally matched up to the, this one, the LVP. If you don't bring a calculator to math exam, then you'd probably fail. We did like calculus and stuff without, like, you just had to know the formulas, and trigonometry we did without calculators. You know, most classes we didn't use calculators. Only in like algebra and stuff, we didn't use calculators. I think only when we started graphing, like that's when we needed a graphing calculator. That's like the only time that we started using calculators for some of the higher end math. But how did Pythagoras do it, huh? Just took a long time, you know? Okay, so once you have that LVP, you can take a, I'm not really sure how, it's almost like duplicating it diagonally. Just took a while. Probably. Well, I think I'm gonna just duplicate the square to make the... Alright, duplicate the, what's it called? To make that grid. I won't be able to do that with my brain. That's in my hand. That's too long. Okay, so that's good. And then he just does it again, and then you have a grid. Interesting. Rotated 2-point grids, same size. This I've seen this image a lot, and it just baffles my fucking mind every time. It's like, okay, to just draw the ellipse in there, and then you're good, homie. And I'm just like, what? What do you mean? You have to, like, how? You shouldn't duplicate, though. He has a method to find. He uses this line somehow. He uses this line somehow, like, but how do you estimate where this point is? And this point. From the... Like, how? Doesn't make any sense. See, so find a square by drawing a diagonal that learns to launch the diagonal vanishing point, blah blah blah. This interaction shows where to draw the line towards 45-degree vanishing to complete the square. Complete the grid! I hate this. I hate this book. Just complete the grid. No, he says using the rectangle multiplication method. See, so he does what I did, but I didn't even read. Because I reading hard, so he does exactly what I did. There is no other method. It's literally that. No, it's literally that. It's not a preference. It's like it's literally in the book. Using the same size square for each of the grids will make it possible for better estimate of relative size. The techniques is based on the idea that a circle is drawn in perspective and then a square rotated around it. Yes, you could technically rotate a square indefinitely, but drawing a circle is always so hard. But yeah, this guy just does exactly what I thought he would. No need for other methods. The duplication method it works. You know, why wouldn't it? Why would it stop working in a different perspective? I'm trying to think of these as like math problems, and then trying to find solutions for them so that I can understand how they work, and I don't have to like. So I can remember it basically. So I have understanding rather than just copying. But so far my solutions have been okay, I think. Some of them haven't, like the square, but you know, live and learn. Just use a ruler, idiot, is probably like something I should do. Choose and build a square in the 1-point perspective. The grid as done earlier. Now place an ellipse inside the square. That is so hard. Why would you just do that? The minor axis of this ellipse will point straight down. Make sure that the ellipse fits in the square perfectly. Now expand the grid as much as possible. As needed, only one additional square was added to this construction. To trace this ellipse in the cone of vision and the vanishing point on an overlay for this technique to work. These elements must be traced precisely. If the size of the overall grid needs to change, make sure to enlarge all of its elements of the same ratio. What am I listening to? What is this? What even is that? Create a square around the ellipse with 60-30 vanishing points by drawing a line that is tangent to the spherical on the ground. This is the result of a rotated square that is exactly the same size of the one-point perspective. Expand this grid as needed. Oh my god. These two grids can now be combined. Line up the horizon line and the cone of vision precisely in the same position. These grids together allow for drawing objects that are rotated against one another on the same ground plane. By using these two grids, two boxes are placed on the same ground plane. They have the same footprint and height. With the availability of the same size square on the ground, this becomes quick construction. Read the next page to learn how the height of the box was transferred. Add more overlays to find more grids to rotate around the circle. Make sure that the cone of vision and horizon line are matching and that each grid is on a different piece of paper. They can be slipped under the page to trace over as needed. Oh god, this is complicated. I still don't get like why you need a just to be able to draw ellipses inside squares to do anything, but okay. You have to make a perfect circle so you can find 45 degrees. He's using a ruler. I'm gonna use a ruler. We'll say that that is the perfect circle. Stroke it. There's just no way to do this without. And then you find. This is 30 degrees, right? My brain is dying. I think he just chooses this plane. He just says it's gonna be this big. Maybe this way. Maybe he draws it from the one line to make it perfect. I would have to assume that that is what's going on here. Yeah, something like that, and then you make a line from here. Not even. You have to figure out where 45 degrees is. I don't know how to do that. I'll say he eyes it. And then he uses an ellipse guide again. I'm gonna assume. This is so over complicated. I won't be able to use any of this. There's just nothing I can take from here. Just draw an ellipse and a square. Like, what? I would like even to get to the ellipse, like even to get to 45 degrees, like the subdivisions of that line. I'm not even sure how to get there. It's already like mystical. This book is already mystical. There's a lot of stuff that they're just not saying. For the purpose of clarity, I guess. And from there you can, from the one point you can take it and make it into a 2-point, which is fine. That is understandable. All right, we'll say that you just need to intersect the square, really. There's ellipse, really, and then that's it. That's 2-point. Right? And then you're supposed to eye the 90 degrees. I don't know. It's like here is 45. Let's say about here is 90. And then you intersect the ellipse again. That one's a little off, but whatever. Yeah, this is like, I can't do anything with this. This is impossible to use. Alright, so you have the 2-point perspective now, and then you can use that to construct another square. You can even, okay, so you're using the 1-point perspective to create like a box here. That seems useful. I might be able to take that back with me. But to get from 1-point to 2-point and then kind of, I'm not sure how much of that is possible to take back. Let's say you had like one polygon there. And then the other one you can just... Probably super forgetful because it's hard to apply it in a practical standpoint. Yeah, I don't see this happening. And you can have a second... You can have a second polygon here. I made that other one too small. But I can always expand it and say like, okay, so it's actually this big now. And then you have like one from one vanishing point and one from the other one. Oh, I'm doing this polygon from that other vanishing point. Whoops. Hold on. So this is wrong. This is wrong. This way. This way. Wait, how do you transfer the height? Wait, what? I guess it would be a straight line since everything in. be sort of like that. It would be this polygon. And then you have this polygon that's in a 2-point. Maybe. And then you would have 2 polygons, one from a 1-point and one from a 2-point. Yeah, sorta, kinda. Maybe. Because I can't... Wait, hold on. Is it because I can't see where the lines are from? Oh, it's duplicated from this one. I'm not sure how I can do that. I guess I would have to go back, duplicate this, the original square. So it would be like over here somewhere from the 1-point. You would have duplicated it. Oh, that's actually it. Okay, cool. All right, it's very close. Maybe something like that. And then you would derive that line, sort of. And that, it's not too far, I would say. Not too far. And then I guess you would draw. You would derive that polygon. And then from there, you would have that second polygon. And you would draw it to 1-point. I mean, okay, that makes sense. I don't know where that polygon would end, but something like that. And then you would have 2 polygons. In 2 different perspectives. Or, like, sort of rotated differently. This one's rotated towards 1-point, and this one's rotated towards, like, 2-point. I don't know, is there a use to that? Is there, like... Why would you want to, like... I understand rotating things, yeah, but, like... I'm not sure I'll be able to take that back. I'm not sure I'll be able to use that at all. Transferring scale, okay, that I kind of understand. Transferring the height of something in perspective is one of the simplest construction, but often is done poorly. Never again, this section explains how to use simple reference point to scale the figure. Yeah, so it's just, you just pretend it's a line, and then you can have that line create another even point, even if you want to do it, as long as it goes to the horizon line, and then you can scale. Yeah, I do this. I do that. That's useful. This I guess at. This I usually guess at, no lie. Like the guy in the hole. So I guess what he does is he takes the measure. And then he takes the measure of it, and then he plops it down onto the new plane. So it's still the same. It's a measure of this, and then transferred here. It's a measure of that, transferred here, and then used in the new what's called vanishing point or reference point, whatever it is. You just need to make sure the horizon line hits them at the same point of the body. That's very Loomis. That's very Loomis. Then you can move them down. But look, the horizon, like this is the horizon line, right? This is the horizon line, and it's totally not hitting any of these in the same place. If this is the head, the horizon, they're not hinged. Loomis makes that as like a guide to composition, and it's very effective, I think. Hanging your fingers on what's called, and then you can move them up and down depending on the elevation. Well, yeah, I mean that's what he's doing, kind of, yeah. He's just, I feel like this is simpler when you just have it as like a line. Oh, whoops. You just have it as like a line. Oh, come on. You have it as like a line, and you have, you know, some sort of, I'll just say that is a, mine came out a little wonky. I'm already like looking down on this for some reason. Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? Oh, because I guessed at the what's it called? I guessed at where it would be. It would be down all the way, not the way that I pictured it. Yeah, I totally took a guess, and then I accidentally 3-point. Ah. All right, so that is a hole. Very holy. That's all I needed. I just need a little bit of a bottom. I don't even know what I did. I can't even repeat it. It was dumb. Anyway, there's a hole in the ground. So what he does is he plops down a figure. He says this is the figure. Takes it to the vanishing point. And he measures it and says, what I don't understand is, why is he using it here? Why is he measuring it here instead of here? Wouldn't this make more sense? Wouldn't it be on where he is rather than like over here? Why would you measure it here if the guy is here? I don't understand that part. That confuses me. Like, that's where I would measure that line, and then I would just take it and move it. I would, for lack of a better way of doing it, I would make a new layer. Oops. Draw that line, and then just move it down. Oops. I would just need that reference point for the plane. Well, it seems like to me is if you were taking a character from over here, he would be smaller than a character that's here. And then see, construct the height planes from the top of the figure to RP1 across the top of the hole and then through the box. Decide where the figure should be standing in the top view of the box and locate this point on the ground plane. Transfer the point location straight. Elevation will also distort the figure. Yes, but we're not even dealing with it because we're just doing a line at this point. We're not doing the figure and what it looks like and what it conforms to, just the line. And so the line, I don't know, should it be distorted? Like, should the height be distorted? Or should it retain this height? Should the height transfer? My guess is it shouldn't distort it. I don't get why he uses this measurement and not this measurement. Yes, but again, so he's using this line instead of this line. Why? That's the confusion. I understand the graph. I don't understand why he's using this line instead of this one. Ты в меня их бросил. Что ты хочешь? Okay, whatever. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, because this is the way I would approach it. It would be from here. This would be the measurement to duplicate it. It wouldn't be from like here. Why can't I take this line and say that, okay, that's exactly what it is? Why am I using this one and not this one or this one? Or more accurately, in my opinion, this one. Why is he using that measurement in particular? This one right here. That's very strange to me. Is it just because of the clarity of the what's it called? Because it would be very difficult to draw it here and then say, okay, we're gonna take this one and we're gonna move it down, because it would overlap, and this would be schematically better, but it wouldn't be accurate. Maybe that's what it is. It's to work out where the bottom of the hole is. Oh, so why are my like drawings with like what I think is the same thing always so wrong? I always get like these lines like totally wrong. It doesn't really matter, but maybe if I just stretch it, it'll be about the same. It always feels like my shapes are always like way worse somehow, or very, very like not good. This is RP1. This is the line. We'll give him feet and a head now instead. He uses this line to figure out what the height of the box is. He doesn't use anything else. He uses just specifically, I think, this. And then this bottom one. Wait, what? How did... How does he figure out how deep the hole is, actually? Yeah. Oh. I hate perspective. I don't understand why it's like... I Don't understand the rules that he's using. My horizon line is way like... Why is this like 20 layers now? Okay, so that alleviates some of my brain aneurysm. Don't understand how... Okay, so wait, no, he does use that line to figure out the length of the hole. I see him measuring it, right? This is the measurement of the hole, right? Or is it just because it's... So he makes a line here, right? He makes a perfect line, and then he takes it to RP2. Right, and that is how he figures out what the depth of the hole is. Okay, so that part I got. This part I got. Now all I need to do is... So I have the bottom line. This only gives me the bottom line. For the height, I need another measurement, and he uses this one for whatever fucking reason. I want to use this one. Because it doesn't really make any sense to use the other one. So I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that measurement. I'm gonna plop it down. And then there's the head and there's the feet. And that's how I would do it. I don't know why you would use this measurement. I still don't understand that. This measurement doesn't make any sense to me. I think you should be using this measurement because it aligns to that that distance in the horizon. I think that makes a lot more sense. But if you're doing it as a schematic, it wouldn't work. So anyway, I get it. It's not hard. I didn't understand what this was for. Why he used this instead of that, and I still think I'm right about that. Either that or that's not how height is transferred, in which case, like, what even does that mean then? Like, if you transfer height based on where you are on a plane, right, if you're on this plane, if you transfer height on this plane based on like what that RP is, right, and this is like all the lines, all of them going to the horizon line, and that's how you tell the scale or height, then it would make sense that, like, if you're on this part, you would use this plane, so it would be this one would be here. If it was standing on this horizon line or horizontal line, it would be this line. And if you were standing here, it would be this one. And if you're standing in the middle, it would be this one and not this one. Okay, that's it. Rant over. Otherwise, it makes no sense. Constructing a grid with the vanishing point of the edge. As we create drawings, sometimes the vanishing points are off the page. Constructing a grid of the vanishing points off the page is possible without having a computer, a giant piece of paper, or a photocopier, thanks to the Brewer method. It's named after Bill Brewer, one of the teachers at Art Center College of Design who originally taught this method. 2-point grid using 4 establishing lines, the Brewer method. Draw a vertical line. Think of it as a front of a box. Okay, I can do that. Draw 2 lines that converge towards the right. make sure that they converge off the page. Okay, but then... So? Okay, bye. Okay, well... I'm not sure how this makes it easier to draw a grid off the page if you have to go off the page. If you... Okay, whatever. I'm gonna skip my syntax error again and just... They converge. They totally converge. They converge, and I only have this space. They converge, and I have these two parallel lines. Okay. Draw two lines, make sure they converge towards the right, make sure that they converge off the page. Avoid parallel lines in this case. These two lines will establish the right vanishing point and the position of the horizon line. But to do that, I had to get an actual vanishing point. And how much should the lines converge? It depends on what view is being created. Feel free to consult a reference image or photograph with a desirable perspective and trace the lines. How do I do this without that? Do I just guess at it? Because I know when two lines are going to converge. It's any non-parallel line. It's going to eventually converge. So can I just lie without that vanishing point? Can I just lie and say this is where it is? And it doesn't go to that vanishing point. I'm doing that on purpose. I just lie here and say that these two lines converge eventually. Yeah, but okay, I think I need to do the other parts because I failed to see how this works at this point. Because I know these will converge for sure because they are not parallel. It's actually very difficult to not draw converging lines. I think it's very difficult. You have to literally draw them parallel. You have to literally draw them parallel. You're in charge of perspective training now? I'm going for a shower. How dare you? The book is in charge. The book is in charge. Okay, and then you duplicate this line, I guess. For me, it's a perfect horizontal line, so I'm just going to do that, and then he adds another line. Draw a vertical line parallel to the existing vertical. And the precision of the drawing by keeping these lines as far apart as possible. So draw it this way, a little bit more far, and then this line kind of scares me because again, it looks like a guess. I'm going to use his guess. Okay, and then you create this line. And then you create this line. Oh, mine was so close to parallel that... What if I... Hold on. What if I step away for a little bit? What if I do that? Would that make a big difference? I feel like it would. Now I have this line and I have this line. And then from this point, I can go up. I feel like it would be a grid, but would it be a good grid? And so I think that's why he says use the photo. So you could do this, but like Okay, and then just from these 2 points, I can make this line. Okay, so I have that. Add another line. No, that's where it is. That's where the line is. I have to just redraw that because I took out too much. And we're gonna not converge it for the sake of what happened? Why am I oh, I think I rotated the screen at some point and I never rotated it back. Okay, whatever. Divide the line into 4. I guess this would be with a ruler. I could do that. I mean, it's like the accuracy of what though? It's like it's an imagined grid, so it's gonna be right no matter what. There's no like right way to do this. It's always gonna be right, because close to what? This grid is as equivalent as this grid. As long as it oh, this one's not gonna converge. As long as it converges. As long as it converges eventually. So there's no, like, this is clearly different from this. As long as it converges, it doesn't matter. Like, it always converges, because these lines are not parallel. As long as they're not parallel, they will converge. But again, it's like, it's a lot of choose your own adventure. But you can make the left vanishing point wherever you want. It's just that, like, do you think it's not going to be on the horizon line? Is that it? Because it can't, because of this line, because of how this line works. This line dictates where your left vanishing point is gonna end up, and it's gonna end up on the horizon line because of that line. Every time, you know. How do I derive that other line again? In this case, the thing is actually okay, and that's how you derive that second line. And as long as you have that, it's going to be on the horizon line. If you take a guess and you say, "Oh, it's over here," then this vanishing point could be over here somewhere, and it's not going to be on the horizon line anymore. It's going to go like, I mean, it's going to be on a horizon line maybe, but it's not going to match up with what's it called, this one, I think. But if you have them both over there, then it will. This one's off the page. But it's a grid. It works. It's like a choose your own adventure type of grid. You can make this grid into anything. It doesn't matter. As long as you use this one thing. That's what the method, I think, breaks down into. It's this one line and I totally like missed this line. But whatever. It's how to derive this point from what's it called? From this one. And it's just it's a horizontal line. You have to be able to make a horizontal line, and then you can derive it. And then it'll be super, super accurate every single time. Just interesting, I guess. And then you just have to have like these subdivisions, I guess. This is where it gets kind of weird. You have to use a ruler here. I think you have to use a ruler and you have to subdivide. Because there's no way to there's no other way. I want to just be able to like to just do it, but it doesn't seem like there's any other way other than to use a ruler. And then I guess the question is, do these all converge in the same vanishing point? And if you do it right, they will. Bring a ruler image into Photoshop? Yeah, that's gonna work. There is like a there is like a ruler. Use the ruler tool. It's a smart object. This is where it gets complicated. You have to be like, you have to draw parallel lines over and over and over again. If they're not parallel for any fucking reason, oh wait, no, they're not even parallel. They're not parallel. They're like, parallel would make them not converge. Oh my god. I'm not sure if this is gonna work, actually. I'm totally unsure. I am totally unsure if that is going to work. Use a ruler to measure the length and use a calculator to make a division. Like 16 divided by 3, then use the answer to make a division. I don't think I'll be using this because, like, there's like more guesswork here than what I usually do. For me, like, I wanted it to be more, but I'm not sure, like, I'm more precise without using something like a ruler or what's called. I could use a ruler. I don't really need a book to learn how to use a ruler. But I feel like, yeah, this grid is only possible. You also kind of want to have like non-intersecting lines. And this line goes off like, I mean, this is very handy for like traditional, I think. I'm not sure if my lines will converge on the vanishing point. Even it, like, it doesn't matter how you define it. I don't know, like you could divide, but the problem is that I'm not sure like where these lines, the ones that I'm doing, will converge into one vanishing point. I think I'm going to miss. And usually that is what happens when I'm just drawing. So like, how is this better? And I think the answer is it's not. It can't be. I'm guessing. Maybe. Here's what I can do. Here's what I can do. Maybe I can duplicate a square within it, like this square here. If I just make this square, and at least it will be accurate to that square. Won't be accurate to anything else, but it'll be accurate to that square. Maybe that way. Maybe if I do that. I don't have a vanishing point to go to for this one. I can't even do the multiplication method accurately. It'll be wonky too. I don't know. I don't really care how the line is divided. I care about these boxes being like, I don't have it again for this line. So like, I have to guess where that vanishing point is again. And then I make that second. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Let me go back, because that didn't work. Again, I don't care about the subdivisions. I care about these, like, these lines being, like, even if you divide them accurately, which doesn't matter, like, how do you calculate the angle of the line? Why is this wrong? You know, why is that wrong? Which line are you using to go to that vanishing point? I guess you have to make it parallel, and so usually you would use the what's called the ruler to just move up to this. But I don't see how it's accurate. Sorry, I don't see how this is accurate at all. Even using like perfect horizontal lines. Just, you know, make sure just with that, you know, because that's like always a thing. Even there, I just don't understand how that line works. I feel like there's an assumption here that I just don't understand. It has to do a lot with estimation, where I don't understand, like, how do I derive this line? How do I derive the next line? I guess what you could do is the same thing you did for this one. And then let's say that I don't think the Brewer method is something I'm going to be using, because I don't understand how it's accurate. I don't get how it estimates the vanishing point. doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, cause if all you're going on is, I would prefer to just do the grid method. This is hell. Cause there's no like rhyme or reason. You just, what's the ruler tool? Just kind of like make these. It's a lot of guessing, unless there's something I just don't understand. I mean, that's an assumption. Like, he's using like parallel lines, and it doesn't make any sense. And parallel lines won't converge. So you could use parallel lines to make this grid, but they won't converge. They have to be parallel and also converge. Oh, where's the ruler tool? Do I even have the ruler tool? It should be in here. Yeah, I think this method is useless for me. I will always have the ability to make my own grid. So there's no reason, and there's just no reason for this. Don't understand. I also think it's wrong. Like, if I took this, I don't think it'll converge. Like, I think they will, because of the nature of parallel lines, I think they will not converge. Let me see. Although, most likely, because this is a teaching manual, what he did is he just cut out the other parts. You know, so. Oh, let me rotate back to, I was like, why is this upside down? Where's my ruler tool? I wish I could zoom in and then zoom out. Fuck. Because I can't see it. I'll have to place it and then look. Most likely he didn't use the Brewer method to construct it if it does converge. I'm just gonna make 2 lines, I guess. If it does converge, he reverse engineered what's it called? The vanishing points. This one doesn't even look like it. I missed that one. Hold on. I can barely see it. Can I like up the contrast here? Okay. An autistic excursion into the depths of perspective. Okay, that's more or less like, that's more or less that line. It's too far for human error. As long as it converges, then there's no problem. I mean, again, most likely he just did like the vanishing point, and then he I missed that one. I mean, why would he risk it? You know, why would he risk it doing like, what's it called? This cockamamie nonsense. He obviously did it from the what's it called? From the actual grid. Fuck, I keep missing this one. No, but it does mean that he probably cheated. And it looks like it's not converging, at least from my this line is wrong. Oh, fuck, this line is wrong. Minus that line. Again, if you just did this same thing and you just are like, okay, well, I'm just gonna plot all these onto the graph, and I just kind of I'm using these shit. It doesn't have to be 100% accurate. It just what I'm saying is he's not using this method. It's not useful. It's about right. I want to say no, it's not. Gay. As my guess is that he didn't actually use the Brewer method to draw this grid, and then he's like, "Well, you guys gotta use it." Did I miss? I missed very slightly. Why? Why am I subjecting myself to this? This is so stupid. I don't really see these converging. Maybe. It just looks like they keep being parallel. But well, it's not actually from Skyroarts. It's the Brewer method, right? It's not the Robertson method. I don't know. This is a waste of my time. That's for sure. All being autistic about this and just trying to match it up, because even if it does converge, it proves nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because you could easily just draw the stupid grid the right way and then just be like, oh well, I actually, I didn't do that. I did this roundabout method of doing it, and it worked. You see, because I erased this bit and then I just left this in, and I'm like, yeah, this is how it works. I don't know. I can't find a good distillation of this to take home with me. I don't know why I would set up a grid like this. When to use a computer-generated overlay? I mean, that doesn't interest me. When there's too many objects. I mean, I don't really do work like this. I would like to be able to do it without with my brain, but I don't know. This I could come up with. I don't need this. No, this is this will take me 100 years, and this will take me 100 years. Especially with these these fucking things. I would have to photo bash them in. I would have to photo bash them in and then paint over them. That's how I would arrive at something like that. Staircases. Oh my god. I don't think I ever want to do another staircase as long as I live. Oh, here's where he talks about how it's just an abstraction, bro. Blending 3D modeling, rendering, and then the 2D drawing and painting over the top of these types of computer-generated images is currently the most productive way to work professionally. Just use 3D, bro. What is this book? Just use 3D book. Oh my god. Thanks, Scott. I appreciate that. I didn't need a whole book for $40 to... Kim Jong-gi does not use 3D, you know? I've never seen him whip out his, like, fucking 3D Blender projector and then just paint over on the projector. I've never seen that happen. Where is the meat? Where is the meat in this book? Okay, now draw airplanes. Okay, ellipses. Here we go. This is something I struggle with all the time, so I'm really hoping that this demystifies it. And like the first instruction isn't draw an ellipse. Ellipses are simple circles in perspective. The accuracy of an ellipse can make or break a drawing, so the entire chapter is dedicated to learning to draw them properly. Drawing ellipses is the basis of hinging flaps, rotating objects, and constructing spiral staircases. The best of all, drawing ellipses helps to generate excellent perspective grids based on perfect squares multiplied in any direction. The ability to place a free-handed sketched ellipse on a minor axis is the primary skill needed before moving into this chapter. But if you needed that skill, then why are you explaining it here? Okay. The minor axis is the most important line in constructing of circles in the perspective, and ellipse has the main minor and major axis. The minor axis divides the ellipse in half across its narrow dimensions, and the major axis divides the ellipse in half across the longest dimension. Okay. So there's always two unequal lines. There's always two unequal lines, right? And then from there, you just have to draw the ellipse, bro. Please don't tell me that's all. The minor axis always intersects the center of any forward shortened square drawn around it. The major axis almost never intersects the center of the forward shortened square drawn around it. For this reason, the major axis is of no help when placing an ellipse into perspective and can be ignored. What does that mean, though? What does that mean? I mean, like, everything is like 3D in the program 3D, or like a 3D in like the way that objects are actually 3D? Because like he makes an appeal to the program rather than. Don't really get. I'm gonna have to like do this, I guess. I don't really get how, like, let's say you had a square, right? Let's say you had a square. And you're gonna like the minor axis would actually be like around here then. Most of the topics can be viewed in video form as modern day James and Drawbox covered it. I feel like there's a lot left unsaid. Minor axis is the key. Major axis can be ignored. Just kind of have to like... I don't think there's like a better way discussed here. I think it's just brute force. It's all just brute force. You just have to be able to do it. There's no magic. It's all ellipse guide. Just draw the ellipse. Step 2, just draw the owl. Well, yeah, but right now I don't know how. I don't know how this is gonna help me. Even if, like, I mean, I don't. But that is brute force. Just do it freehand is just brute force. You just have to know how to do it. There's no like, here's how you could draw it easier. Like, you just have to be able to do it. It's not like a, I feel like there's like a communications barrier. Like, what I wanted from this book is to figure out how to draw ellipses better, not to be told just draw a lot of ellipses. And then, like, eventually maybe you'll get it, and then you just have to draw it through this minor axis. You know, that's it. That's all there is to it. I don't know, I just I guess I'll use the ellipse guide even more now. I mean, I have no problem with that. I'll just do the ellipse guide. That's really all that I've learned so far. Drawing ellipse and circle in perspective, or drawing ellipses, placing. I think this will be the last page I do, because this is like traumatizing me deeply. In fact, I think I've already done more than I wanted to, and I'll just leave it for tomorrow, because this is really getting me nowhere. I wish it wasn't. I just don't see how to connect these concepts. This I kind of understand. This is a little bit better, but like if the thrust of the book is you just draw it freehand, bro, like that's not, or just use the ellipse thing, bro. I mean, this might actually be interesting, where he places them in perspective. Maybe. Let's see here. Here he goes into like actually how to like subdivide them and how to draw them better with logic. But it doesn't start with that. He just kind of says freehand it. How do you decide what the subdivisions are? Oh, so you divide it into like a square first. Is it gonna be like with a ruler or what? Because I see these points intersect these lines. That makes sense. However, how are you getting the divisions, these points? Start at the center. 1/4 circle is subdivided, but feel free. So he divides it in 4 here, but I guess he... sort of... I guess he uses a ruler, because then that would make sense. So you just divide it into equal parts, and you just measure out what that equal part is. I could divide in half. Like, that's what I could do. I could divide this square into half. And then I would divide those squares into half again. And I would get 4. I wouldn't get 3. I would get 4. Plot the dot based on the division of the circle. But no, you're getting the divisions of the circle from those lines. I'm assuming that the circle is correct and you put the circle in. That's fine. Whatever. I don't care about that. What I'm wondering about is how you get these dots. And I guess the only way to do that is to just divide this line into 3. Like, I wouldn't divide it into 3 then. Or I wouldn't divide it into, like, this way. That's like say you had let's say you had a perfect circle, right? Stroke it in a box. So you had that. It's kind of... It's about right. How would you... I mean, divided by half, right? How to... I guess you would do it this... Use the square method. And then you would have the halfway point at least, and then you would also have... So dividing into 3 is what confuses me. Like if it was divided into half, okay, I can do that. That's fine. Dividing into 3s is what really like confuses me. Because I could just do a half division here, and I'll have, you know, I'll have half. But what he does is actually he divides it into 3 equal parts. 90 degrees divided by 3. What does that mean? 30 degrees? But like, what? Maybe 3 because pi? I mean, 3 just makes... like, I'm okay with it being 3. I just don't... Is he just measuring? Is he just using like measurement here? And you just doing this? Let's go to like millimeters. Centimeters maybe, so that's not so bad. Is he just doing that and then deciding? Deciding that, okay, so I'm going to divide... divide it that way. $90 degrees divided by 4. I'm gonna guess 22 and a half. How do you divide this though? Maybe if you... No, that won't do anything. I skipped a bunch and I'm wondering how he divides this circle. He just says draw horizontal parallel lines intersecting to the intersection points of the circle over the vertical lines of the ellipse. At each of these points, the vertical lines tangent to the ellipse. Extend the lines into perspective. Make sure that these lines converge to the vanishing point. So he just kind of... or add subdivision lines at the center of the semicircle. In this example, the circle is divided into 22.5 increments. So he just counts it, I think. He just measures and he counts it. He doesn't... there's no, like, math. It's just... what's it called? And I think... it'd be easier if I just started with, like, a... not even a perfect square, more like a... perfectly cut square. So there's... again, it's not... oh, what's it called? I thought you like art based on... I don't think I've ever said that. I don't think I've ever said anything like that. I said you figure out perspective because it's math and formula. That's what my understanding was. But this isn't math. I mean, it is math, but it's not like... it's not the type of math that I was talking about. It's more like measuring. Rather than like making a... like... some sort of formula. Like, if I place this line here... and then I, you know, make a box, and from that intersection, I can, like, from this intersection, I can make half of this box, and then from there I can do something else to get to 22 and a half. Maybe if you divide it, let me see, maybe if you divide it again and again, and then you get to a multiple like 6, you can go back to 3. I don't think I can get to 6 though. It only goes 4, 8. So I could do 4 subdivisions. I can't do 3. And so if I can't do 3, then I can't do the angles. Unless maybe, wait, hold on. What if I do something like, here, hold on. What if I but this is so roundabout. What if I do something like this, and then I'll just do like 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. That would work, but it takes so long. So, that's one. All right, that's 2. No, that doesn't work. Fuck. I just failed math. I thought I could like subdivide it enough times that I would get like the odd amount, but that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. None of this works. I don't understand. But how do you like, that's even worse. How do you divide this angle? How do you divide this angle then? Like, I can understand getting a 45-degree angle. That's, or not, like, this is 90. This is 45. How do I get 22 and a half? Oh. Oh. That's still guess-worthy, but it's a little bit... I mean, it's a little less guessy than... I mean, you can't do 90 by 4, but you can sort of divide this angle in half, almost. That would be very... And then you would get these... Wait, hold on. Whoops. Did that wrong. I mean, and that wouldn't even work. It, like, divides it weirdly. But, okay, whatever. It would say that that is... I mean, it doesn't look right. I think I did it wrong. So you need to divide this angle with a protractor. Digitally, you need to Photoshop a protractor in. I think there is like a protractor in Photoshop. I've never used one. Pull up your ruler tool. I've just never used it. Okay, so that's ruler tool, right? And then no, I have to like. Oh, it doesn't clear. Oh. What? Oh, that. Okay, that. What's the key for ruler tool again? I totally didn't get it. It's I. All right, so you create a protractor. It says you have to have a measurement. I have a measurement. The rule to protector mode that can be used. Oh, shit. Draw the second measuring line that's connected to the first. Oh. Okay, well. Okay, so I drew 2 lines, yeah. The roll tool in Photoshop is a protection mode that can be used to draw a second measuring line that's connected to the first. Use the tool, draw your first measuring line, then click Option Alt while clicking the desired endpoint. Oh. Oops. Let me try that again. All right, so I'm hitting Alt. That didn't do it. Oh, it should be like up there, I guess. Over here somewhere. If I have this one, and then this should tell me the angle somewhere. No, it totally doesn't. I don't know. I don't know how to use the ruler tool. I've never used it before. I wish there was like. Why is digital so much harder than like traditional? And in traditional, all I do is put the ruler on the paper and it works. Just bring a protractor into Photoshop. Yeah. I think you're supposed to hit like Alt. Oh, I did it. It did it. Wait, there. Ah, I figured it out. I figured it out. Okay. I got it. I got it. Okay, so this degree is what? Huh? It was working before. Oh, is it backwards? Okay, whatever. I'll put it on here then. Okay, let's see. None of those say 90. Digital Scott Robertson is hard. I had it for a second though. It was Alt and then I click on one of these and it showed me protractor mode. Now it doesn't want to do it. This is dumb. How do I clear? Okay. Let me try one more time. I have a measurement line. It's a straight line. There's the protractor. This is 90, right? Where does it say 90? 89.8. Okay. Yes, it's working. This is like 89.9. Okay, so that's good. And now I have to take it to 22.5. What do you mean? Just do 22.5. That's super easy. Oh my god, that's close enough. That's close enough. 2.2. How do I stroke it? I can't stroke it. Oh my god. What was the point? Okay, well, I'll just put a dot here, and then that's perfect. Okay. I did it. I just need that other line. In fact, here's what I'll do. This is way harder than I thought it would be. Even though it's a perfect circle and a perfect square, it still like doesn't match up. That is really wonky. Dot should be in the circle. Well, it is in the circle. It's here. You see this point intersects both. It's the angle. The angle intersects it on all what's it called? Because of how math works. Thank you, math. So that would be one. That would be the other one. And there we go. That's three subdivisions. We did it, Reddit. Right? That looks right. This dot isn't used at all. He's just using this one, which is 90. And then this one. So it's 3 points. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's it. I mean, that's what the graph is, so. And it's got 3 subdivisions. 1, 2, 3. I have no problem subdividing it into 4 points. Subdividing it into 3 sections. The problem is that I could definitely see that this is fucking wrong. Like these sections aren't equal. But I followed it exactly. This is 22.5. What's it called? This is 45 degrees. So I don't know what I did wrong. This is frustrating. This is really frustrating. But there's no line at 67. There's no line there. Look, there's like here. There's no line. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Oh, so I'm not using 45. That's why. Okay, I get it. I got you. I got you. Oh, that's what happened there. So okay, so I've got this line, and then I just need 67. That's why I was still dividing it in half. Okay, so this line is unused. I just need to like get rid of it. And then all I have to do is clear this. Make a straight line here. Oh. Why? Why is it backwards? Okay, whatever. Straight line here. I hate the ruler tool. The ruler tool is AIDS. No, I want to protract. Oh, it's either one. Okay, never mind. And then I just have to get 22.75 again. $22.5. All right, it's close enough. It's about there. Okay, there we go. That's not it. That is not it. I got this line, but that's like... I mean, it's like... something didn't work out here. It looks like these aren't equal proportions though, like here. So then it looks like these are not equal either. These boxes are not equal. So this is right. I don't like perspective. I'm gonna continue this tomorrow. My brain is deep fried. Oh, how do I clear guides? The point is to divide the circle, not the box. Well, yeah, of course, but you're dividing the circle with the box. Those boxes, alright, divisions of the box, they're also divisions of the circle. I don't know. It's strange. I don't think I understood it. I might have to like redo it before I clear guides. There we go. But I learned about the ruler tool, so now I know how to use the ruler tool. I'm sure that'll help. And the protractor. So, got some things. It's just, I'm not sure how they will help me. I think the best tool I've found so far is this one. I think this is insanely overpowered. This is like the best tool I've ever found. Like, because usually you would use like the pen tool or something like that, and that's too long. This way, you don't have to do any of that. And you could do all kinds of shit. It's not even like it's not balanced. This tool is OP. The rest of like ruler is incredibly like difficult to use. I don't think I'll be using that all that much. Well, maybe for the protractor. All right, let me get a cookie or two because like I'm starving. got a whole ass box of cookies. I'll eat a couple of them. The way I would draw like a spiral staircase would be something like that, where I would take two of the same ellipse. Finding the middle is always hard. I would have to assume it's like over here. I would draw it like this. I would draw it using like 45 degrees instead of 22.5. Probably what I would do. Make that entrance point, and then from there I would start like constructing it downwards. I'm gonna just estimate where the middle is there. I would probably like divide by half here. And then by half. And then I would keep going so I could get every staircase. Every stair, rather. And once I have enough stairs, I would just be like, okay. Just like one stair. I'd probably eye it. It's the fact that it's like rotating down. It's kind of a problem. You just do that for every single stair and then you died. I think this one was right. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, it's probably this one. This one makes more sense. Okay, just keep going. Just keep going, making the circles and the... I would guesstimate like something like that and not actually do it because I'm lazy. Probably. I don't know. Spiral staircases Thankfully, you don't have to you have to do it all the time. So, but yeah, staircases are like hard. I would need that line. I wouldn't be able to guesstimate that. I lied. It'd probably be like here. I would keep going, and then, but I would have the subdivisions, and then I would sort of all the way down till I hit rock bottom. God, I hate spiral staircases. I never want to draw one in my life. Why would you want to do this? It's a terrible way to spend an afternoon. I don't have anything else to draw. I'm gonna pretend like we got to the end of the book and I figured out how to do construction. So, and then once I figured it out, I'm gonna start practicing it. Even though I haven't figured it out, and I haven't. Alright. I'll pretend for today, and then tomorrow I might be able to. Excuse me. What am I doing here? Hold on. I don't know. Somehow I just like my brain like died for like a second there. It just didn't. It stopped working. Connection error. Connection error. Could not. Oops. No. You know what? Go back. Go back. Go back. No. No. That didn't work. Go back. Go back. Yeah. 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 But like, why is it not in the lines? Oh, fine, whatever, that's fine. This is totally wrong. Absolutely wrong. I don't know. I would just place it. I would just actually just do it and then like stick an ellipse guide on top of it and then figure out what I was doing wrong, because for some reason like perspective like changing it didn't work for me. So instead what I would do is I would just plot it out first and then because matching an ellipse to what's called is I think easier. Let's see. That's kind of what I'm doing. Just better. You know what? Fuck it. This is what I would actually do. It was the right thing all along. This is what I would do. Hey, Raju, what's up, dude? This is exactly what I would do. Not even like a second off. I would do this. And then I only needed half of the ellipse for this construction that we're gonna be doing. I just wanted to start it correctly, and then I'm gonna draw things in. What is this used for? I mean, you could use it for anything, really. What I'm going to use it for is probably a spaceship or a vehicle or something. But you could technically do anything. You could do anything. This is like my guesswork as to how construction works. I am going to duplicate this curve. Oh, I can't because it's not a it's this shape. It's gonna be like this way. You can't like just duplicate that way. It's not gonna work. Huh. I don't know, I'm just doing some riffing in perspective, really. I don't think I can, even if I had this curve, I don't think I will have to actually like I would actually have to like do it that way. And that's how I would like arrive at that shape. Scott Robertson like does it in ways that are way more confusing for me. I could just draw the ellipse, you know? But that's not like a good way of doing it, because then like you can't repeat it. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that actually. I don't know, the way that I used to do it was I would draw the shape instead of starting with ellipse. That was stupid. That was stupid. I would draw a shape, or I would draw curves within a box. Once I had that, that's about over here, I guess. I'll just subdivide it to get like weird shapes. And then mirror those shapes onto the other side. Then I'm not sure about this box actually. This ellipse. I don't know, I would just draw it, you know? I wouldn't spend like a year constructing everything. From there, you have like a height map. And this would be my start. Oh, is this another layer here? What? Merge those. And then from there, I would derive a height. Let's say over here. This is everything that I remember from Scott Robinson's book, reading it the first time. I haven't read it in a long time. And I haven't gotten to the meat and potatoes of it yet, and I'm getting really impatient with it. So what I might do is like... I have to use the height map to derive the endpoints, I think. So it's always going to be here. This is too much. This is too much. This is too much, probably. Connect. Something like that. Where's the end of this? Yes. I mean, like, I think this is what eventually what I kind of want to do, but better. I want to be able to actually, like, to draw, not construct all day. Where is the end of the height here? Here-ish? And then ideally what I want is to like actually have a curve there, so it's not so boring. But like doing this curve is kind of difficult. Not sure how to guesstimate this curve. I would have to flip it. I would have to take the cross section here and then, you know, using that V method of draw through, arrive at that curve. I think that's the only way I'd be able to do it. If I have one curve, I can like then it gets like really complex. And I'm just like kind of lying about the forms instead of constructing them. So this would be the back, and so the actual curve would be closer to here. I was doing like a violin. not sure how to guesstimate that. Some things I can guesstimate, some things I can't still. The other part of this that I hate is that not only is doing the construction painful, watching it is painful. So I feel like construction is like something you should do in your own time and probably just show people finished work. Because like no one gets it, and they're just like, oh man. Till they're actually shapes instead of like the lines. So it's like what is up with this music though? It's making me feel like anxious. Why? Why? Oh. I want to add like an ellipse here. But I'm not sure if it'll work. Actually. The other thing is I don't know enough about vehicles. Whenever I draw them, they all look like children's toys instead of like cool vehicles, man. My visual library for vehicles is very, very meh. You know, like that episode where Homer Simpson designs a car? Yeah. The goal is not to estimate, but almost invariably I switch to an estimation based workflow, and then I just keep estimating on top till it actually looks like something worth doing something with. Because the other way is just way too dry for me at this point. If I had an easier way of doing it, maybe. But I don't, so... But we'll have to wait till like I'm done with the book before I can actually use some of it, I think. This is just like memories of perspective, not relearning it. I will have to actually go through the book. I don't know. Forcing myself to draw is, I think, important because usually I just don't even do that. I just kind of like blob. I don't know, vehicles are kind of like the thing I do least of, probably. It's nice to try. All my vehicles end up looking at robot dragons. Eventually, though. What are you doing after the book? I mean, this is after the book. This is after the book. Technically. This is me sketching. Yeah, I guess it would be drawings for now. Probably for a couple hours, I'm just gonna be drawing. And then... I don't know, I just always like kind of sculpt to something. I don't construct, I just sculpt it out. And then I recheck. Because otherwise it just feels like too bland. But then again, I'm not very good at drawing vehicles, so. Not my fort. I think it's too much measurement or something. In a way, Scott Robertson's technique is wireframing, but for 2D. It's just perspective. Just perspective, bro. But yeah, it's definitely like one of those things that I don't really get just yet. Means I have to keep working at it. I don't think this is like the type of, I don't know, frame of mind even that I would want to use to actually draw something for real. It like it doesn't work for me. I might have to learn 3D, because like when I'm designing in perspective, it just like, especially vehicles and shit like that, I just like lose track of time and get nothing done. I don't usually have any clear goals either. It's always just like riffing. But in the end, I will come up with like a vehicle design. It's just that someone who's actually good at this will probably come up with like 10 by the time I'm done with mine. I think it has a lot to do with like visual library. Because I don't even have like a chart for what looks good for a vehicle. I just kind of imagine kids' toys, I think, most of the time. Maybe it's because I view this more of as an exercise rather than actually wanting to get good at it. Maybe that's why. the way to get out of my comfort zone. The thing is, I think I draw some of these elements a little bit too close together. Monster truck, I think. Nice, the chassis is very monster truckish. Or like an old school Ford or something. I think vehicle design is not something I want to do, but to actually just be good at it. Just impossible. Mm-hmm. I think I want to have at least one vehicle design for the day. But I'll probably start drawing something else. is, yeah. I think I would benefit a lot from doing this every day, and then I wouldn't be like fumbling for like weird ideas. Because I don't think I've drawn a vehicle in like years, so. It's just not something I do. And so, yeah. It's gonna take a while to get a workable design, I think. It's almost like a hot rod. Hot rod monster truck thing. Drawing the wheels is gonna kill me. I think I might just leave them as like shapes. Have this thing peek out. Trying to widen it. Let's see what I can do with like a wider base. Make it look more like. one of those old cars. I could probably benefit from a little bit of reference for that sort of. I think like the identifying mark for me for those cars is like their lights are always like this. They're like they stand up on top of the. I don't know if I want to do that though.
To other lands.
What?
And farther in time. To four.
What is up with this music? What did I click on? I want to click on a daily mix. It's like, I don't understand. This music is really strange. Trying to get it to be like more aggressive by like adding these like tilted planes to it. I don't know if that's gonna pan out well for me. But yeah, I've lost the plot as far as construction goes. I think I need to learn more from the book, so that I have more tools in my disposal before I decide that, yeah, that's enough, and then start just drawing and constructing from like estimation. I like this slightly more tilted, aggressive type of shape. I don't know how that's gonna work, but I like it way better than like the previous iteration. Yeah, just one card design today. I'm not gonna go hard in the paint. Some of these lines are good, and I like them. A lot of it is not mirrored. It's like a goblin face. Yeah, it's very like, I think it's very tough to be able to draw all the things and be able to design all the things in ways that are like interesting. It seems like you're limited to certain things, like, I don't know, some people call it hard surface, soft surface. I really hate that. I really would just want to be able to design whatever I want, whenever I want, and just be good at it and not care. And it shouldn't, all those skills shouldn't go away because I went from faces to vehicles. They shouldn't, but they kind of do. It's still just design. But, like, I have, like, mental barriers that prevent me from doing what I want. And I want to kill those mental barriers. Just get them out of here. I put this wheel too far away. I know it's about over here. sometimes I've drawn like faces into things, and people have noticed it and they called me on it. Like I did a UI, and I didn't do it on purpose, but like I did like a user interface for this guy, and it was the pillar like for like it's like a Tetris game, so he had these like blocks and stuff, and I did like the user interface for this, and this would have like the score on it. And for this thing, I duplicated a bunch of elements, but I duplicated them from like a basic face design. And I don't know how he saw it, but he's like, their face is looking at me. It's a little creepy. Could you like change the design? I'm like, yeah, sure. I don't know what you mean, but you know. And so I had these like weird, like almost, they're not really faces, but they were kind of like, and I had that in like the mock-up. I mean, eventually we found something that worked for everybody, but yeah. Symbolism. But yeah, I just like I want like my brain to not have these I don't know. Like I feel anxious almost drawing out something that's like outside of what I usually draw. And I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to be a thing. Seeing faces everywhere, I forgot what it is. That might, I mean, like he accurately saw that like the base design was like this, right? And then I crisscrossed it and then made like interesting little shapes out of it. But originally, like, there were faces there. It just they weren't in the final product at all. But the shapes eventually became something like this. I don't remember. I don't have it. I don't have that file anymore. But it was something like this. It was just like a little mock-up for a little Tetris game. Paradola. Drink water. Drink water, friend. Stay hydrated. But yeah, I do have like these mental blocks, and I feel like to get rid of them, I just have to get maybe I'm better at Visual Library for things like vehicles, and then I'll be able to, but that only solves like one facet of that problem. Like what about drawing buildings or something, you know? Am I gonna be anxious then too? So I can't draw this at the wheel. I don't know where it is. It's here, but it's like but I wanted to design something like Mad Maxy. So that's the one vehicle for the day, you know. That's what I'll try to do, is try to do like one thing of a different thing that I don't really do. And then we'll like maybe tomorrow it's gonna be like aliens or something. I don't know. Maybe suggestions would help here. Fundamentals and Visual Library goes hand in hand. Yeah, maybe. I've made a similar argument before. Something like it's very difficult to design something if you don't really understand the fundamentals. Usually very, very strong design goes kind of hand in hand. Probably because of iteration. Most likely, if you've drawn like a car before, you're gonna be able to draw a better car next time. Probably, if you understood, you know, the essence of cars. You can design really good stuff without good fundamentals. I don't know. I don't know. Is it still a good design if no one understands what they're looking at? I'd argue that no. Clarity of design is very, very important. Like, what is it that I'm looking at? What is visually appealing about this? And so I feel like you would judge the design based on that. Although, I mean, there are cases where you have like these cool designs. They just need to be translated into a more better design language almost. For instance, like Star Wars clothing design. The thing is that now someone has to look at your work. It's not like we're designing for ourselves, right? You need someone to look at your work and be like, how do I make something out of this? If you are doing like design for the purpose of a pipeline, which is like the case usually, like someone has to look at this car and be like, okay, but like, how does this work exactly? How am I gonna put this into 3D? You know, they have to kind of understand. And so I feel like the design language has to be very strong. You have to be able to understand what you're looking at. And if you can't understand what you're looking at, then like it's not good design. Maybe not. I'm sure there's like exceptions where there's just like a 3D guy that's just like, oh yeah, man, whatever you want. And then he just kind of like reinterprets it and says, yeah, man, this is good. And then like, that wasn't what you meant. Might have a good idea in design, but without fundamentals, you can't communicate. So it goes hand in hand. Yeah, but exactly. But then, you know, if no one can understand what you're saying, when you're saying the most brilliant things, it's very difficult to say that you are saying those things in fact. So how do you figure it out? How do you figure out that was a good design? I guess the answer is you don't. Supervise, blah, blah, blah. Makes them an art director. I want a shape here that's like aggressive, but I don't want another horn. I don't know. My vehicles. Alright, I mean, I'll do another one tomorrow, and then we'll see if... vehicle design has improved. Needs more spikes, you know? I love spikes. random places. Whatever. Vehicle design, not my forte. The last iteration was like, if I put in another one, it might even become interesting. I don't know if you have suggestions for, because I want to draw, but I don't want to draw anything. I don't want to draw anything. I just want to like riff, and that's really boring to watch. So draw anime. Okay, I will translate whatever I draw into anime. I'll draw it first, and then I will translate it into anime, or my interpretation of. Why do I keep drawing bird people though? I did this the other day. I just drew like a bird person. But in anime, it'd be like... Draw anime. Needs more triangle nose somehow. I don't know how that would translate into anime, actually. It's a bird, though. It doesn't have any of that. It doesn't have it. It's like a robot bird. Robot chicken, perhaps? It's now a furry stream. Robot furries only, though. What's your persona, but like as a robot? See, with characters, I don't have to do 20 iterations before it looks like something. It doesn't have to look good, it just has to look like something. But vehicles, my brain... My brain does not work that way. Draw anime. Hey, did you know that you can't cross your eyes and open your mouth at the same time? Your body doesn't allow you to do that. It's really weird. Just draw like Astro Boy or something. That's an anime, right? You kids know about Astro Boy, right? I don't think I can draw an Astro Boy, now that I think about it. My brain doesn't. All I know is he had like curvy hair. Past that, I don't remember. I was thinking a lot about like how I symbolize a lot of the stuff, and how like sometimes I'll go into like just these weird symbols, like not what I usually draw, and it's like it's almost like a completely different thing. Like, those symbols can still be reinterpreted in the usual way, but they're totally not. not really value structures or anything like that. It's just, it's literally like the symbol for I becomes shorthand almost. I usually do it when I'm sketching and I have just like no explanation for where it comes from. But yeah, I don't have like a good illustration planned right now, so I'm just gonna be kind of riffing, seeing what I can like pop out. Usually what I do for that is I just remix ideas. And it'll be like hot anime girl, but she's a zombie, you know? It's a lot of drawing of like foreign things, like aliens too. Just imagining like what would happen if we were more like lizards, you know? Yeah, I really don't have anything, so suggestions welcome. Most likely, though, I will bastardize the idea. Would the dragons still have hair? Are there any like hairy lizards? I wonder. Like a bearded dragon? I don't think that beard is like a real beard though. Not a real beard. There's no delicious artist drama happening lately. So, like, I was pretty bored on Twitter the other day. And so I just started, like, memeing on libertarians. I think they got really upset. They got really upset, man. Shit posting on Twitter is like a time-honored tradition, though, so I feel like they'll have to understand. I want to make it more humanoid. I watch like One Punch Man a lot, and I've noticed something like there's a lot of like these B-list designs, and I'm just wondering, is this like just from One and Murata's like throwaway pile? Because there's like a lot of these like monsters that are just like, okay, that took you like a minute, or it's like just super generic, you know? The design graveyard is what I've discovered. Maybe, probably not. Because I mean, how do you come up with designs for like henchmen and stuff that's not like, they're not supposed to be good, they're supposed to be like, you know, there's supposed to be like a design hierarchy. Not everybody can be like a main character, right? Ooh. Suddenly, Cowboy Bebop.
I think it's time we blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
But I do like anime, just not a whole lot of it. Some of it's good, man. Cowboy Bebop, for instance. There's just so much of it. Like, if you ever go to like one of those anime review sites, there's like 50,000 animes. No one could ever watch all those. This one's kind of like a demon. Might also do like a little bit of composition design. I saw this neat image on Twitter. There's like the Joker movie that came out. There's an opening scene where the Joker is just sitting in his dressing room and he's just looking at the mirror, you know, and in the mirror is like a silhouette of Batman from like the set design. I thought that was really cool. I mean, it's not like a, you know, whoa, man, masterpiece, because that was like what the tweet was implying. By that same token, if you go back to like Rian Johnson's Star Wars, there's a scene where Rey is practicing like fighting a rock, and then later they take that same choreography for the fight and they what's it called? They recreate it in a distant scene. What makes a masterpiece a masterpiece? It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. You see it, you know it when you see it. You know it. You hate to see it. Work done with extraordinary skill. That's the definition. Guess, but then like that makes everything more confusing. What's extraordinary? This does not answer the question. Like if you look at the word masterpiece, right? It's referring to the quality of the work, and it's some sort of mystical or some sort of like unknown, let's say unknown quality, but in a good way. So the greatness, let's call the unknown quality greatness. And then like the definition is just like a work that is greatness done with extraordinary greatness. And it's like you're just using the same words to define the thing. You're just measuring chair with the word chair. It doesn't work. What is extraordinary? You know, like can be pretty easy to achieve. I think that's the opposite of the definition. I think being extraordinary means that you're specifically it's something that's not easy. Even if you spend your life doing something, it doesn't mean you're gonna make a masterpiece. I don't think. Because that would devalue that extraordinary, that greatness, that quality that is sort of undefined but really good. I don't know. There's plenty of things that require years of practice that aren't masterpieces. I guess we disagree about the definition. Most arguments on the internet are disagreements about definitions. It's probably maybe they were practicing wrongly. Yeah, but like again, so you you make a distinction, but it's like this is good and this is bad. But an amount of time spent does not guarantee a masterpiece. Can you agree with that? We can narrow it down. I think it's to these two components. Amount of time spent has to be great. I think that much is true, that you do have to spend a lot of time figuring something out, how to be extraordinary. But there's like an almost illusory quality. Like what What makes something extraordinary? What makes something so amazing that you would call it a masterpiece? And who has the right to decide? That's probably even the worst part of it, is that someone has to decide that this is a masterpiece. Anyone who says otherwise is an idiot, you know? All right, there's a... Maybe there's... The market decides. I mean, that's really silly. I've heard this before, that they should... this is it. I don't want to straw man you and say that this is your argument, but it kind of is. This is an argument I've heard before that's very similar to your argument. This person said that we should give Nobel Peace Prize or Nobel Prizes in literature for books that perform well in the market, because that is an objective measure of how good they are, and that, like, is no. Just no. No. Can you imagine Nobel Peace Prize for literature, Harry Potter? It did really well. They have 4 movies. The market has decided. Nietzsche says it's rich people. Rich people decide. He has a paragraph in his book, I think it was Genealogy of Morality, where he says, we think it's the artists, you know, but it's actually just people who have money. What about Oscar winners? I don't know. I don't even know what the Oscars are at this point. I believe that it's like a politically driven thing. It has nothing to do with the quality. Like, I don't know. Is getting an Oscar, does that mean that you've created a masterpiece, or does it mean that, like, out of the subset of bad shit that was produced that year, that you've accomplished more than they have? I feel like it's the second one. And again, we're measuring chairs with the size of the chair. You know, this chair is 4 chairs long. This movie was much better than this other movie that came out this year. Last year's was Parasite. I saw that movie. That movie was good. It was a good movie. I don't know what to tell you. It was a good movie. A president didn't like it. It's a foreign film. How could they pick a foreign? But that's like, you see, he says things that it's true. Like, there's like nepotism. There's no, it's not meritocracy. It's like it's political elements. He's just not happy that, like, you know, it wasn't his choice, you know? It wasn't Sophie's choice. It was some other guy's choice. Like, he says, the bullets come straight with the storm with him. He just says a lot of stupid shit too. So you can't really, like, pick out which actually has the good meanings. It could be considered a masterpiece because it was created upon by the market and achievement. Masterpiece. I don't know, man. It's a good movie. I loved it. It was really interesting. The psychology of it. It was just, it had, like, a really good narrative. It was, you know, at the end it was almost unpredictable. I don't want to spoil it. I'm trying to be very vague about it. But, like, going down into the basement, I didn't expect that. I was just like, what? Excuse me? And, like, the rationale for what their behaviors. Like, I liked it a lot. Good movie. Highly recommend it. There's a lot of good movies that year. I had The Favorite. I think that was the same year. How come? Why not me? Why not? Why didn't the Marvel movies? Look, again, like, if you benchmark it based on the how well it does in the market, all of Bosch's fucking Marvel movies are the greatest pieces of art ever fucking made. And if you disagree, you're disagreeing not only with him, you're disagreeing with the market, the hand, the invisible hand of the market. You know, it decides. I think that's a load. I disagree. If your masterpiece is placed super high, there's no masterpiece in the world. There's plenty of like Studio Ghibli masterpieces. They're timeless. They survive. I think the timelessness is one of those things. Something that sticks around, like a Rembrandt or a Sargent or something like that. It sticks around. It passes the test of time. It's not a thing that was politically expedient. And sometimes that does happen. Like there's some books that have stuck around longer than they should have. The Bible. I'm gonna get letters. But no, there's definitely like works of art that transcend generations, you know? And it's not about the money. It's really not. Tetris, it's not about the money. It's not about how the market reacted to it. It's something a little bit deeper, and I don't know. But I don't have a good definition for what a masterpiece is. I have no idea. But we've taken it down into a couple components now, right? It requires a lot of time and effort, a lot of skill, to do that thing, and timelessness, I guess, is my contribution to the definition. So if we're talking about a book, it'll be a book that someone else can pick up and say, oh wow, The Republic is still worth reading, thousands of years afterwards. It's still discussing these problems. These problems have been with us all this time, and we haven't solved them. A lot of Nolan movies. He is a great director. I loved all the Batmans. I'm a big fan. I loved. Interstellar and Inception. What was the recent one? I've watched all of his movies. But like, God, we usually pick out by directors. Like we'll watch the Wachowskis, the Nolans, God, there's another set of brothers I just can't remember. They're very good movies. I like them a lot. Will they stick around? Will they stick around for another, 15, 20, 30 years? I don't know. Hitchcock, his movies stuck around for a very long time. There's still, people still like... I don't know. It's difficult. They have to... You can't make a determination until the time has passed. That's the only way to know, I think, is if it's appreciated... Oh, here's another contribution to the definition. Cross nationally. If it's like, if it's not only timeless, but cross nationally, it's appreciated. Like, I don't know if Bollywood has ever made anything that we've appreciated, but if they did. And it was timeless, and it was what's it called? Then, I would say that masterpiece. So I think those components. If timeless is considered a masterpiece, doesn't Starry Night is a masterpiece? Starry Night is a masterpiece, sure. I mean, most of Van Gogh's work are heralded as masterpieces. He's a master painter. His work is enjoyed by many, many people. I wouldn't say that they're not masterpieces. Why would? In fact, it's not only like, it's extraordinary, to use that definition. It's extraordinary, his work. Doesn't need to be technically skilled, but it is technically skilled. Just make a Van Gogh. And it's technically skilled. It's just not like, it's not exactly the same technical skills, I guess. it's still technically skilled. Like there's a lot of stuff in there that's very neat, very interesting. His way of like abstracting form. It's very strange, very extraordinary. And there's a reason why it's stuck around. It's not just like, it's not a vehicle design by any means. Like if that's your criteria for like this is great technical work, then no, then you wouldn't fit the definition for you. But I don't know. I don't know if it can be just like per person. One guy decides that it is a masterpiece. One guy decides that it's not a masterpiece. What is this bird thing? just a fat bird. I don't even know what I'm drawing anymore. I'm just like riffing. Kind of want to give it like high heels. You know? Really nice legs. Fishnets. Yeah, I mean, I could say that a movie is good. I don't have to call it a masterpiece. I don't know, like... But there's plenty of works that, you know, I feel like fit that criteria. There's... whatever this bird thing is. Clearly not a masterpiece. Does it matter? I think in the end, it's very difficult to, I think, ascertain exactly what it is, the quality of masterpieces. And even if you strive to make a masterpiece, I'm not sure figuring out the definition would help. Is it it's a masterpiece of Van Gogh draws the same thing? Tied the worst masterpiece into his name instead of his art? I'm not sure I understand. Are you talking about the ear? Are you talking about how he sent an ear to a prostitute? I feel like that was a little bit much. I don't know if his ear counts as a masterpiece, since it's just, you know, an ear. I feel like everybody has one. Or two, if you're lucky. Anything Van Gogh produces? No, I'm sure he has shitty work. Plenty of work that doesn't appeal to anybody. You can't just produce straight up masterpieces. I don't think so. He has good works and he has shitty works. He has to, right? I mean, unless they don't, like, I think there's like a distinction there. There's people who are like fans of the people, and there's like Van Gogh's art without the name would still be good, I think. And not just cause like the museum hostess told me it was good. You know, I looked at it. It was good. You know, there's a lot of like I don't think I've ever seen it. I'm not sure if I've ever seen it in real life, actually. I've been to a lot of museums though. I might never have seen a Van Gogh in real life. I was very obsessed with Van Gogh actually, in like when I was younger. I thought he was a cool artist. Didn't afraid of nobody, you know. It's harder to consider abstract art masterpieces though because it's harder to understand. Well, if enough people exist that like find it to be a masterpiece and they exist for long enough and it survives, then you might have to concede that point. Depends, I think. Что ты хочешь? Ходи. Шламелка тут. I don't know if anyone actually considers the like modern art to be masterpiece work. I'm sure there's some guy out there. I mean, it just I think we talked about like clarity a little bit today. I don't understand the language. Could be really good, I just don't understand why. But for someone, it must have deep meaning, right? They're just memes that I don't understand. It's like if you showed someone 30 years from now, I don't know, Deep Fried or like Pepe the Frog, they wouldn't understand what they're looking at. But this is like the art of our generation. It's not good. It's very forgettable and probably won't stick around, any one essence of it. But as a category, memes will stick around, I think. And that just that in a nutshell, memes will stick around. And like this invention will be and I don't think we invented it. Maybe we discovered it. The way of communicating. It's almost reduction to absurd that makes sense. Right? It's the fallacy. So usually like you would have reductio ad absurdum. The when you reduce something to so far that it no longer makes sense, and then you would call that like that's like a logical fallacy. It's not a valid argument. I don't like it. But this memes are kind of that. They're the meaning reduced to absurdity, and it's still understandable somehow. So I don't know. It's an interesting little contribution. I think like I think I remember like a TV show or something where they were discussing like what is your generation's contribution, and this was like in the 90s. This is like a while ago, and the guy was like, oh yeah, hip-hop, like sarcastically, right? I feel like today that same clip would sound like something, oh yeah, memes, and then like 20 years later they're still around, you know. I mean, the it's kind of like it's kind of a little sad that that's what we came up with. That's our thing, but like, who knows? Who knows, man? His face is like... His face is fucked. I used to pronounce it Maymays. Oh my god. I don't remember the first way. I mean, there's a lot of cursed ways of saying memes. Memes, for instance. A lot of boomers like memes. Memes? Memes? You know what I want to do? I do want to take apart like some of these paintings. Let me see if I can just open these up. Let me see here. One sec. Let me just. Wow, this post is still going, dude. Oh, someone actually followed me from it. What? That's amazing. Let me see. Let me see. There was a couple of posts by Devin Corwin where he has these like setups for like low light. And I kind of wanted to just almost like color sample it or something, because like I don't understand how to do this. All of mine is always like highlight, high tone, and his is just like not. It's very low tone, low contrast, and it appeals to me like a lot. I was thinking of like just looking at it and seeing like what those grays are like. Face looks blurry. Yeah, these are sketches. These took him like, I don't know, but this is like a daily painting. But look, you can look at through like most of his work, and it's all like kind of like low tone, or like it's not like high contrast. It's not like this one's a little bit more high contrast. This one has a lot more light. I'm not as interested in that. I can kind of figure that out. What I'm interested in is kind of like, how do you maintain these shapes but still like this. This is exactly it, but I don't know if that's him. That might be Zorn, maybe. Some of these are really neat. I'm always interested in how to do like low contrast stuff. How do you do that? How do you make people like... I don't know. I'm not sure if anyone else appreciates this. That's like the bad part. I'm not sure if this is like a successful strategy. People love his work though, so I have to assume that, you know, it is a good way of doing it. But it's super low contrast, like comparatively to everything else out there. Like if you go to ArtStation, it's nothing but contrast. This is more like it almost feels like chill. I really like this guy's work. It's also very brushworky. I really enjoy the brushworky aspect of it. I think he takes a lot of cues from traditional. That might be why. Or maybe he sits in value and he just makes all the values kind of close to each other. Maybe that's what's going on there. But it looked like this was the highest gray, and then everything else was like a couple steps up. And that was it. Very conservative. That's an interesting way of saying it, yeah. Very conservative with the value. I always like go like super high key. And I'll have like something like that. And that'll be how I do it. But I've always kind of wanted to do very like low key, and then almost to the point where you're kind of like abstract with the brushwork. Almost, not exactly. Yeah, it's value grouping. Yeah. Like one of my guesses is probably that he just sits in value a lot, and then he goes from there. Maybe. Yeah, I definitely want to try something that's like much less contrasty than my usual stuff. Like this one. This one's oh, the load times. Photoshop, why are you so slow? So much contrast comparatively. I'm still like, I haven't published this one. I want to yeah, I really don't like that line. Wanted to sit on it for a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. PDF book by Devin Corn. He has a PDF book. Hey yo, hook me up. Let me get that. Gives me that. I needs that. I always wanted to do like, this is actually kind of interesting. I might do like a little like. And he was doing a lot of red, so I'm going to... Am I in value? Oh, I am in value. This is not the right red. I'm gonna borrow that as well. I think it's stuff that like I don't think about. Like greens. Don't think about greens enough, I feel like. And he kind of interlaces them into his work. They all almost look like grays. because they're so low sat. See, I immediately want to go, like... I made a hunchback. I made a hunchback. Why? Sometimes my silhouettes turn into things I don't want them to turn into. Yeah, I don't know how you resist going high key. I find it very difficult. Ooh. Thank you. I appreciate that. Ooh. Oh, that's the book on his Twitter. I'm gonna read all of this. I don't know. I don't think I want to do it on stream because it's kind of a dick move. The principles of contrast. Oh boy. That's what I want to know. Yes. Okay, but I want to just show you this image here. This is what I do. This is what I want to do. This to here. This is the good one. I want to do this. But I want to do it in such a way that it still reads like this. That's very difficult. There is a lot. But I really like this guy's work. I feel like he's qualified to make a really interesting book. Yeah, see, this is what I do. I have like all this underlighting and stuff like that. His is much more matte. Oh, he takes apart some of like these master studies, which I've always been interested in. This is a neat book. I'm gonna save this. Thank you, Ixie. Appreciate that. Just use value adjustment. It's not that simple. I wish it was. Then everybody would draw like him. And no, everyone draws the opposite. Like, look, you go to ArtStation and it's like hyper contrast. Even this one is a little bit more matte, but this one's actually exactly what I'm thinking about. I like this. Extreme contrast. I mean, it's still, yeah, too much black for the it's good, but it's too much like for that view. It's not like it's always high. It's the contrast is high, you know. Oh, is this Amundsen? Amundsen like understand this, but I like in this one he has more contrast than usual. If you look at his other work, he has much less contrasty images. Like this. Like it's in that key, you know? He also has very beautiful drawings. I really love Amundsen's drawings. They're like the best. explore illustrations. But yeah, everything is like super high key. Like almost all of it. This might be low key. This one's low key, but it's like weird. ArtStation has really like changed. But yeah, it's like super high contrast. What I want to do is like, ooh, that is me likey this. Yes. Every time I go on there, I find people I want to see more of. Doesn't make it bad, just different art style. Well, I just what I want to do is that and not that, and so I think it's like limiting your palette. Maybe I haven't done many investigations into like how limiting your palette works. That's like one of those things that I thought was kind of irrelevant, but now I'm thinking it might be something that I want to investigate, something I want to take a look at. James Gurney talks a lot about that in his book. Yes, I remember. But his like for Gurney, like he's talking a lot about traditional, and then I feel like for me that it mixes it up, and then I get mixed signals about you know what I want and how to achieve it. She's a gong ringer. That's what she is. Loomis talks a lot about the value thing. I always wanted to do something very simple, but very like very complex in its simplicity. I don't know if that even makes any sense. Something that's like I don't know. When I think of Devin Corbin's artwork, though, that's what I think of. Something that's like simple, but it's Mullins is too. It's simple, but it's really not. It's so simple that it's super complex. I think a lot about like God, I don't remember which artist it was. Might have even actually been Van Gogh. He made a lot of artwork that was like just the peasantry, basically. And I guess you have whatever subjects you have is like what's available to you, right? So I think that like I love it, but there's no place for it here. It's unfortunate, but I read an interesting thing I wanted to try. This is a little technique. I think it was John Niemeister. He says if you want to add like light, you set a layer to linear dodge, then you set your brush to linear dodge, and then you change it to the color that you want to add. So in my case, it's gonna be this color, and then you just paint with it. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Guy riding the bull. Yes. Yeah, I remember that one. It's very simple, but it's also very like, you know, I think I saw Ross Tran's name pop up. He had a really good painting that was very similar to this. Let me see if I can find it. And then I haven't seen anything like it from him, which is a shame. Because I really love this painting. I don't even know if he has it up still. It's like 200 paintings ago. Let me see here. Yes. This one. I really like it. It's very simple. But it's very, very, very effective. This one too, I kind of like. And then everything he's produced now is different. Like it's different. But this painting was like just amazing. I don't know. Every time I see it, I'm like, yes, I like this. And it's still hyper contrasty almost, but it reaches for that other side, and you see these very decadent, very lost in the contrast, lost in the value grouping tones. I really like that. He had really interesting stuff at some point. 5 years ago, he was definitely experimenting. No, I think he has a style now. He has like an established style. And that's kind of like, oh, whoops, I'm still on linear dodge. If anything, this was the experiment. And I don't know, like that one is a really popular one, I think, too. That was like one of the first ones that I saw from him, like ever. It almost feels like, you know, like when artists enter a studio and they have like a house style, and then you get that house style because you have to do all the work in the house style. And it kind of feels like that, and I don't know. Seems like he got the raw end of the deal there. But people still like it, so you know, I guess who cares. cares? I feel like that's already too contrasty. I'll have to lose some of it. It's like deep purples, maybe. I think. I think I really like this setup. I don't know if I really want to paint this though. Very innocent, this one. I like that quality. Of innocence, I don't know. And I mean, this one would be very, very fast. This is like an instant painting if I did commit to it. Because I wouldn't.
Oh God, he's coming back.
I wouldn't be able to commit. I don't know if it should be painted like rotated. I did that as a meme to like change compositions up. I don't know if it's stuck that way. I feel like it might be worthwhile to at least explore it. I think it's sticking around. I think it's gonna have to be this way. It's gonna have to be this way. I might zoom it in a little bit more. Maybe. Taco shells? They're in the fridge. Fridge. You know what it reminds me of? I don't know. There's a Mullins in the library painting that I've always like admired the like the innocence quality of it, not like the work quality, just the like it's a woman in a library and it's like it's got that innocence vibe to it. I don't know how I'm gonna cast the shadow though. I kind of want it to be like she's kind of bent over. She's got a gong thing in her hand. Ow. I can start, I think, low contrast, but I've never succeeded in staying low contrast, I feel like. It's those greens. I want to pop those greens in, man. She's almost like surprised that you're there. Hey man, I'm busy ringing a gong here. Can you like leave, please? Excuse me. Excuse you. Where's this light coming from? There's no explanation for it. It's just there. I have to put it in now. Somehow. I don't know how, but but I like this a lot better than the vehicle I did this morning. You know, it's too comfort zoney though, I feel like. Swear, like I have this like phobia of, I don't know, someone just showing up and saying like, oh, another one of these cute Asian women in a kimono. I'd just be like, yeah, damn it. You got me, fam. You did me right. I just have no response. Just oh, I smell tacos. I think my wife is cooking tacos, dude. I'm gonna have tacos for dinner. I don't know what I want to do with the comp. I kind of like that it's zoomed out and stuff. I don't know if I want to do like a zoom in. And here I would make a cool design. nudging those shapes. Maybe some feet. Maybe just 1 foot. And maybe one of those like Tabi. She might be too tall. I might want to cut her size. Cause she is kind of leaning over. That was the initial idea, is that she's picking up this bell gong. And she's gonna ring the bell. Okay, you know what? I just thought about it. She's in like a very small building. If she rings that bell, she's gonna shatter her ears. This is like the reality of the design strikes back. I don't know. I don't know how to recover from that. Perhaps perhaps widen the building, because it definitely cannot it can't be that. I can't do that. So her poor girl, this is how you kill your ears. I might widen the building, and then I'll put the elements back, don't worry. It has to have verisimilitude. It has to work. I love the composition though. I don't know how I'm going to change it, but like this division here, I don't know if I'll keep it like exactly that. I think what I might do is like cut it here, because originally it was a little bit more cut. And what I might do is alter the setting a little bit. I just don't know how. I do need this light to come out and hit her, but I feel like this is like in the darkness for sure. I wonder if anyone would have questioned it if I just left. The other thing is that the light is coming from here. I'm unsure where that other foot is. I would guess that it's here. Yeah, going for simple but dignified. Simple and yet interesting. And in low key. I think it has to be like an ambient sort of light for it to be low key. With just a tiny bit. Tiny bit of like almost like God Ray, I want to say. Stop. Messing up the lighting. Her shadow will be behind her. But there should be some shadow on the bottom, I feel like. And maybe a little bit of... The other thing I could do instead of the gong, I could give her a broom. I had a broom in here before. Again, it's very simple, but you know, very like. That's a thing. I'll think about. I won't make a decision now. I might change her job, but she's more like a priestess, and so it'd be weird for her to be sweeping. So it's almost worse than literally destroying her ears with This thing should be bigger. She's bent over because it's heavy. But yeah, I feel like breaking the verisimilitude with just an ear-shattering sound would be too much, but also too much if she's going to be walking around in a kimono and she's going to be doing the sweeping. Like, who does that? That's... no. That's also not good. Staying in low-key is very difficult for me. Staying in low-key is... I always want to just, like, contrast the shit out of it, man. Alright! Oh, are we done? You eating? We're eating? Okay. Alright. Alright, boys and girls. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. I have to go consume taco. And I will see you soon. Hopefully tomorrow, unless I, you know, die. But yeah, thanks for coming.